Hello and welcome, everyone. Welcome to day one of the Numeromancer Writing Marathon. I'm Shanon, writing on the pen name of S.C. Huston, author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and now Curse of Wings and Gems, which is I'm still working on the fulfillment for my Kickstarter on that, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And today's writing session is themed as the Void. If you know, I have a thing for numbers, which I gave to my main character in A Curse of Scales and Feathers, although she uses it a different way than I do. So I thought, you know what, I want to do a writing marathon that has numbers. So 404, The Void, which is, of course, a reference to the infamous 404 page not found. So it's great, like, if you're trying to figure out, like, you've got the blank page and you're trying to figure out what you want to do with that. So we're embracing the unknown, diving into 404 minutes of streaming, which is a total of 6 hours and 44 minutes, with the intention to enter a blank page and or begin anew. I'm going to begin again or begin anew in my third novel, which I haven't touched in quite a while, and I need to go through and edit some work. And hopefully tomorrow I'll be adding new chapters to the third draft, or to the third story. And this stream is not strictly timed for those who are familiar with some of my strictly timed writing sprints, but we will be doing hour-long writing sprints because that is like the ideal time for me to get focused and to get some work done without feeling like I'm losing my focus every 20 or 25 minutes whenever the sprint time is done. But we'll have sprints, we'll have breaks in between. We're likely to get in 3 to 4 sprints today over the course of the stream. And so whether you're working on a novel, revising a draft, brainstorming a new idea, or you just want, quiet, intentional space to focus, you're welcome here, whatever it is that you want to do. And for those who may not know me, during the sprints, I do use that to focus because focus issues. So that means I'm not going to be in the chats until the break time, but I would love to catch up with everyone then. So now I'm going to pass it over to my co-host, Mama Maggie. Please tell us all about you.
Hello, lovelies. I am Mama Maggie Ward, independent author, stroke survivor, and migraine overcomer. And I am here to help. And I also have a thing for numbers. That is something that Shanon and I have in common. We are number people. And we were having quite a good laugh about the 777 stream tomorrow about, oh my goodness, that's 12 hours. And then I was like, well, we could do 7 minute and 70 seconds, 70. And we were joking around talking about all different kinds of ways we could manipulate that numbers to not be streaming for 12 hours.
I was like, we could go on forever.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be here for the entire stream tomorrow because it's my daughter's birthday. So I will be here for a little bit, but yeah. Okay. Yes, I also have a character who it has a thing for numbers. Dr. Daisy Kane, or High Lady Daisy of the House of Adamos, as she's called by the Ethereans, from my Relic of Time War series. Book number 12 will be coming out on June 1st, Darkness of the Devourer. And that's the big war book. That is the big final battle, end of the war book. And then today I'm actually going to be working on The Shadow Hunt, which is the book that comes after Darkness of the Devourer. And it's kind of a weird thing with this book because The Shadow Hunt is the book that falls between the end of the war and Daisy going back into ancient times to make sure the war stays won. Mm. And one of the things in The Shadow Hunt is a group of them are going to be hopping back in time to make sure that the shadows that escaped the final battle into the time stream are stopped before they can undo the victory, because that's unfortunately, after you win the war isn't always won, especially when time travel is involved. So I'm going to be working on that today. It's a really interesting twist because all of these scenes in The Shadow Hunt, well, the vast majority of them have already happened in the previous 12 books. But the thing is they are written in time going in this direction, not in time going in this direction. So I have to change the perspectives, alter them, but they have to stay true to the original scene. So it's going to be fun. And if you've read any of the Relic of Time War series, you know that book one, very first book one, starts. One of the scenes is you find out later that it's Lady Daisy, but they call her Lady Fleur in the ancient past, is helping the Ethereans escape the Cataclysm War. And then the very next scene in the prologue is 3 time travelers appear in the delivery room where Carlotta and Dae-jong have just given birth to their son, Daven, who is a major character through the whole series. And they show up and they kill a shadow that's trying to kill Daven when he's a newborn.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so time is very difficult because you have to try and keep things on track unless you're purposely not wanting to, you want things to go off the rails.
Yeah, so. and there's interesting things because there's several references, especially once you get to book 5 and 6, where you pick, they literally pull 3 people out of the Dust Dimension realm who lived with Daisy in the ancient past. And the things they keep saying, they have these little side conversations through the rest of the series about things are not happening the way we were told they were going to happen. So they think they have the knowledge of the future. They think they know from far future Daisy, who went to the past, what's going to happen. But the timeline they're living through, things are just a little bit different. And they're like, the time is still changing. Why is time still changing?
Yeah. Oh, we've had quite a few people stop in. I've put
so many people.
Yeah, I put things on the screen, but just real quick, Melissa, hello, and Keiko, and Ben's at work. Thank you so much for stopping in and lurking. And Anita A.F. Stewart, hello. Martha Stocks, hello. I'm not sure if I've met you before. If you're new on my channel, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. And Jennifer, hello. Yeah, let us know what you guys are working on. Keiko has said, I have to get words in for the Rough Draft Challenge. And I think that's the Sarah Cannon Rough Draft Challenge. Even though after finishing Wheel of Time season 3 yesterday, there's a giant urge to write on another project that's a lot like Wheel of Time in some ways. So like a fan fiction project, probably, I'm guessing.
Keiko, give yourself 1,000 words to write that little flash fiction, get it out of your brain, then go back to working on what you're working.
Martha says, I'm new. So yes, welcome to the channel. And I didn't say I'm a fantasy romance writer, or maybe I might rebrand as Romantasy, because I just got the new report from Alex Newton, K-Lytics. And this is the 4th year he's done a report for fantasy romance, but 2 years ago he started calling it Romantasy. And last year he talked about where the word Romantasy came from. It was I don't know if I'm ever saying this word right, but portmanteau. So it's basically taking 2 words and putting them together. So romantic fantasy makes Romantasy, which is actually a fantasy book with some romance. It has a romance subplot. And I've always thought of my stories as like 50-50. So I felt like I'm probably more fantasy romance. I'm a romance with fantasy. But now they're saying Romantasy is 50-50. Is where Romantasy is applied to if you're 50. Like if you take out the fantasy, the book wouldn't work. If you take out the romance, the book wouldn't work. So if that's true for both of those, then you're romantic.
Yeah, I think of yours as being more fantasy romance, because when I see Romantasy, I think of like a 70-30 split, like a romance in a fantasy world. And and a lot of them, like you can switch the fantasy elements. If you've got vampires, you can switch them to werewolves, you can switch them to dragon lords, you can switch them to dark fae. But that just might be because, I've been watching the evolution of what they call Romantasy and the entire book talk, thirst trap and infatuation with Romantasy. And to me, Romantasy implies dark erotica or fantasy erotica. And you don't really write that. You write these fantasy worlds that have romance in them.
Yeah. And he put in, because the report's like, I don't know how many pages, like 20 or 30 pages long, but he also did a video with it. You have to buy the report to get it. It's like $37, $47. I think he went up actually $47. And I just bought I bought something through his company where I have like access to a lot of different things. So I don't know what the individual reports are now. I think they're 47 now. They used to be 37. But he put in there that Romantasy because he's a numbers guy too. He goes and looks at numbers on Amazon. So he doesn't do anywhere else. It's just Amazon. But by looking at all that, he said Romantasy is now this. And I was like, well, I guess that's me, which is 50-50 is what he's saying. But he put a disclaimer in saying that this is not like a definition. You wouldn't find this like in a dictionary. This is based off of reader habits and what he's finding. So, and then JP stepped in. Hello.
It's like I write science fiction, but I write sci fantasy.
Yes,
science fiction with some fantasy elements. So I write sci-fan.
Nice. I like that. Ben's next book, he says he's going to have a little bit of science fiction in his book, and he's been writing fantasy. So, love that. So Keiko does say it was not fan fiction. The MM explained from her books, I have a character in the story who goes back in time from the future. Present timelines change MC's destiny, preventing him from getting evil. So things with such a new villain would step up because the MC is not an evil guy. Wow, this kind of goes on for a while. But there's a power vacuum and someone has to fill it. If the stream will be the same time tomorrow, I would love to join on screen, especially Mom Maggie has to cut out early. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to anybody who wants to come on screen for any amount of time. If you even come on for a single sprint, just come on in. Just let me know. I've dropped the links to all 4 days in different places on Discord, and I sent them to Mom Maggie through Instagram. Mom Maggie, you can share it with anybody who might be interested in coming on as well. Feel free. So yeah, and I will be going at this time tomorrow. I'm just starting much earlier because it is 777 minutes, which is 12 hours and 57 minutes, which is fine. I can go that long if I can get into writing. And so that's why I'm drafting tomorrow, because I can really get into it and get into the flow state. So really was romantasy versus fantasy romance. Yeah. Fantasy romance, that a romance with fantasy, and romantasy is fantasy with romance. So fantasy romance, yeah, was a romance story with fantasy subplot. Romantasy was the portmanteau, or however you say that word, of romantic fantasy, which was a fantasy story with a romance subplot. But now Alex Newton is saying that by reader habits, romantasy is now picking that in-between part where it's 50% romance and 50% fantasy, where you can't take out one or the other without the story falling apart. So, yeah. And you'll find all kinds of different definitions out there, but I think it's better. I mean, we could say this is what it is. Like, as a writer of this genre, this is what it's supposed to be. But you're going to want to reach your readers, so you want to use the language they know. So
yeah, and you have to unfortunately, we are in an era where tagging is like 20% of your book traffic on any given platform. And it's weird to think that the little hashtags that were once just to pull in people for a while they were like up to like 80% of the things that caught people. And now that they have the AIs running in the background of everybody's devices, and the AIs will look for the tags for you, so people aren't consciously looking for the tags anymore.
Yeah, because
Google and YouTube and Insta and TikTok, they know what things you pull up. Anything you've liked goes into your tags on this thing. This person likes this thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting to watch the ebb and flow and evolution of what tags mean for media.
Yeah. And Anita says, I find more and more romantasy is the label applied to any fantasy romance. And that is coming from the reader side. The readers are I don't think they pay attention that there's a difference between romantic fantasy and fantasy romance. So it's just everything's romantasy because it's easier to say one word. And it's also better too for like titling your subtitles and stuff, like on Amazon. It's easier to say romantasy than fantasy romance because then your title gets really long. So okay, it's same as new adult didn't really make it because people were just treating it like YA. Emma has stopped in. Hellos. About to serve up lasagna, but want to say hey.
I love lasagna.
Yeah, I love lasagna. I served 5 retail work before the holidays, and I want a piece. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're about almost 15 minutes in. I wanted to do some brain teasers. Now, if anyone's on my newsletter list, the first couple of these are going to be ones for my newsletter list. And I don't know if I'm any good at doing any of these, but here's the first one. If y'all can figure it out. What is this saying? Anybody? Mom Maggie, you can say if you want.
No, it's 3 hearts in danger. It's a love triangle.
Yeah, love triangle. I've got a few of these that I've made. I think some of them are probably easier than others. That one was probably really easy. Yes, Keiko got it right. Yes, love triangle. So, alrighty. We'll go ahead and get going with our first sprint, 1 hour long on clock. I do have questions. So what old idea keeps whispering to you, asking to be written? And of course, I've got down there, we're sprinting. I'll catch up with everyone in the chat. That's for anyone who comes in. The reason why I'm not in the chat saying hello is because I will be focusing on my work. So we'll add to the stage 1 hour long sprints. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone.
Hello, lovelies. How did you do? Remember, have a sip of something. Hydrate or dihydrate. Save your scribbles. We're starting a break. And stretch your spine. Have you looked away from the screen recently? Please look to the side, look at the wall, say, oh my goodness, I have dust bunnies, and then look back.
Yeah, so how'd you guys do? Oh, maybe we should let Devin intro herself first, and then we can talk about how we did.
We have Devin, lovely author of an amazing fantasy series, The Witch's Crystal. Show the book. Show the book. Sorry, what? Ignore me.
I'm watching that copy out.
It's snowing outside. I'm allowed to be obnoxious. I wanted spring to be here, but no, it's Colorado. Winter is bipolar.
We always come to Florida. It's going to be 85 today.
It was 81 yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And snow
I'm going to
today.
send you some snow now. I'm going to send you some snow. Just, you need snow in Florida.
And this was Keiko saying she knew what the first puzzle, picture puzzle I put up, which was this. A lot of trying. I got 677 words done in editing. I'm still at the beginning of a chapter that I started at the beginning of this sprint. So, but I'm kind of like just rewriting it and adding in more description because there wasn't like much description at all. So I'm adding that in. Yeah. What are you working on, Devin?
I got my formatting brief in from the person who's going to do the fancy headers since I made that stretch goal on my Kickstarter. And it's a little more in-depth than I thought it was going to be.
Wow. So do you have late pledges enabled on your Kickstarter?
I do have late pledges enabled.
Okay. So if you would like to drop a link, anybody, if you missed out on Devin's Kickstarter, she does have some things available. I don't know if you did it for everything, but there are some things still available if you want to go grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rita popped in and said hello, and Kara, hello. Guarantee I'm not going to write for 6 hours. That's okay. My lower back won't let me sit for that long. I totally understand. Martin got 3,308 words today. I'm assuming not in that sprint, just for the day. That's really good. No words today, says Laura, yet. Hop to it, Laura. Yes, Mom. Hi, Kendra. Hi, I'm saying hi to friends. JL stopped in. Hello. How's your day going? I'm sitting in the camper working on revision, sprint copying, and listening to writing advice videos. JL, if you're still here, you're welcome to drop any links to other people's streams. Love to support everybody we can. Hello, Morning Star. Feels super cozy with my flickering candle lit. Kind of sounds like a fireplace. I love that sound.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jen is in the camper. She's working in the camper as her own private writing room today. And I'm like, I want a portable writing room. I'm
going to have a she shed one day. Not this place, but once we get another house. Because we want to have a place. We want to get some land and build a house. That'd be like our retirement home. And I want to have a she shed. So.
My husband actually killed my idea for a she shed writer shed. And it's like, okay, so, my recording room, writing room is basically a walk-in closet. Yeah. So he went through and he bought, I don't know if you can see them. He bought these L-shaped desks and he bought 2 of them. And so now the desks face each other. So our desks now face each other. They're reversible L-shaped desks. So he faces toward me and I face toward him in the office so that we can work together and spend more time together. Because normally I'm in my little closet cubby writing space and he is out there.
I really want the she shed to be my writing, but also to have lots of windows because I want to get back into painting one day. I love to paint.
Yeah.
I just have not painted.
My curiosity is usually he's trying to watch sports and I'm trying to write, and I have a very clicky keyboard. So we're going to see how long this lasts.
Hi, Lindsay.
I love the idea of it, of the couple's desk and the shared writing time and the timeshare. But yeah, we're going to see. We're going to.
So I did put a question up for the first
I can't hear you, Devin.
Oh, is she talking? Oh,
she said something. She's muted.
I was looking over here, so I didn't even see her.
Yeah, I said, me and my husband, no, we can't share spaces like that.
So the question that I put up, which now I can't see it on screen, what old idea keeps whispering to you, asking to be written? And oh, it's just on it. Where did it go? Okay, go ahead, answered it. Go back and find it here. I lost it.
I answered Daisy the Werecow because that's the one, the whip in progress that I seem to talk about the most.
So what I already told about, it wants to be written so bad. So we did start off the stream with Keiko saying that she wasn't sure what she was going to write. She had this new idea from having watched season 3 of The Wheel of Time. And then Mom Meg said the old idea that keeps whispering to me is Daisy the Werecow, or at least it's one that comes up the most when talking about whips. So I have one that I'm calling it a Freeness Temple right now, which is a lesser deity in my world. And it's actually mostly humans, which most of my stories don't have a lot of humans or their side characters. And this one's like main characters are human. But it's just worshiping what the worship looks like at this temple. She's the daughter of the goddess of love. So kind of along those lines. And what that looks like in the population and how that intersects with the politics of the kingdom. And so the idea has been in my mind. I had a dream of this story last year, and I wrote down like a quick outline of the story, and I really, really want to write it, but I don't have time right now to do it. But that's the idea that keeps whispering to me. It's like, write me. Yes.
See, that's the worst part is like, it's like, you're like, got to work on this, got this deadline, got that deadline. Ooh. And the muse is like, but over there, look over there. And you're like, no, I'm not going to look. La, 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 la. I'm not listening. La, la, la.
Lindsay said, oh my God, my April project is my old idea that I'm finally giving live. Nice. I hope that I will be there one day. What about you, Devin? Do you have any old ideas that are whispering to you?
I do. And actually, I managed to tie it into my current world.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Awesome.
So now it's a super secret spoiler thing that I can't talk about.
I understand. Alrighty. Well, I've gotten through all the comments. I don't think we've answered the question. We've all answered it. Let's put up another puzzle. This one's probably easy. This is a new one I made. This was not my newsletter. So if you're on my newsletter, you didn't see this one. It's hopefully probably really easy. If anybody wants to guess.
Mistake the obvious of poisoned apple, but that's probably not it.
Yeah, it's poison apple. Pretty easy, huh?
Yeah.
Should I do a harder one? Maybe this one might be
White. It's Snow White. Well, technically apples are poisonous because they have trace amounts of cyanide in their seeds, but hey, whatever.
Kendra got it. Poison apple. How about maybe this one's a little bit harder? Maybe. I don't know.
Ghost Rider.
Oh, Ghost Rider. Not that hard. Pirate fruit. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. How about this one? This one I don't know. I was really curious if this one would make any sense.
A penny and a paddle.
You've got the right items, but not the right words for them. They have other words for them. So penny is also known as what?
A cent and an oar. A centaur.
Yes, a centaur. I didn't know. I was like so worried that people wouldn't get that one. How about this one? This one may not be maybe easy. Oh, Anita got centaur.
Fairy tale.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay. We'll stop there. I've got more, but we can do some of them later. I'm just coming up with these different puzzles because I've been thinking about putting like some of these like puzzles, not these ones specifically, but some puzzles like this into the handout for the people who come to the AuthorTube writing conference. Because last year I put jokes in the handout. So this year I was thinking about doing little puzzles.
Yes, I like it.
So I've been making different ones. But I didn't know if they would make any sense, especially the centaur one. The centaur one, I was like, I don't know, that might be not quite good, but yeah. The ghost was so cute. Centaur, cute. Yay for she sheds. Yes, I want one day. Yes, concur. Alrighty, I'll put the next.
The thing is with my she shed, when I want one of those beehive wall insets that's clear so you can see the beehive on the inside of the window box.
That's cool. I've always wanted a wall in the house to be a fish tank. Like, you know, like it's built into the wall. I always thought that was really cool. There's a restaurant that's like that in Seattle. We used to go to it when I lived in Washington. It was years and years ago. It was over 20 years ago.
There was a home improvement show where the guy built specialty fish tanks. I've seen coffee tables, walls, like tubes going through the house.
Yeah, that's how this restaurant was. There was a bunch of tubes. You had the walls for fish tanks, but you had tubes all going through the restaurant with just a big, huge aquarium, basically.
I think that's so cool, but then the OCD part of me goes, and how do you clean that?
Well, when my husband and I, we've talked about it because we used to have lots of fish tanks. We would like to, if we ever get a chance to do it, I don't know if we ever will, but if we did, we've discussed how we do it. We would try to build an ecosystem that cleans itself. And the best way to do that is with saltwater fish and the environment of a saltwater. That's easier to keep and maintain versus one that's freshwater and the alkaline and, you know, all of that. So that's probably what we'd go with. Plus, saltwater fish have like more vibrant colors than you can find for freshwater. So we really love that idea. I don't know if we're ever going to do it, but yeah. Hello, how are you doing? Howdy. And then there's a link for it. I'm assuming this is a sprint and a URL to a link to a sprint. The cats would love it. Yes, they would, wouldn't they? My cousin grows hydroponic plants. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that would be great for an ecosystem. Nice. Hydros water. I don't know what the other part means. Breaking down. I was just naming a temple, and I used Latin terms. It's a templum. What did I call it? I don't even know if I can say it right. This is the beginning. Templum Aegidus. So from Aegidus is from Aegeus, which actually comes from a shield from Athena, but it's like well, it means a lot of things, and I can't remember what that means at the moment. But I have that built into my world a little bit, but I like using Latin. I think his channel is Plant Life Projects. Oh, he has a channel. That's cool. Like a YouTube channel.
Nice.
So, all right, I put the next question up there. We're going to get ready to head into our next hour-long sprint. So what piece of writing felt like a restart for you and why? I'm trying to kind of go along with the theme of 404, blank page, starting again, beginning new, that kind of stuff. But, and maybe this doesn't apply to anything that you have, but all right, 1 hour, another sprint for 1 hour. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll do 16 minutes on the clock. Do you guys need to outro yourselves? Or are you staying through this next sprint?
I'll be here. I will be here for a while. I will probably pop away during the 4 o'clock sprint to cook for my hubby because he is sleeping right now. Night shift is not fun. So yeah, but no, I'll be here.
Okay. Just let me know when you need to do your outro then. Yeah. Or if you're coming back in, you could just say, I'll be back. All righty. We'll get started. 1 hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do?
I've got all of the new images for family trees done.
Family trees? Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're talking about your story.
Yeah.
I was like, why are you doing family trees? Is this a project for your kiddo? I'm like, wait, no, your kiddo's older. That's cool. Are you putting that up on, what's the site you use?
No, this is for the images, special images for the formatted books. For the,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought, were you going to put something like that on, what's the site that you use that has your interactive map on it?
Oh, that's Campfire Writing. I can't put it up there. That's a good idea.
Cool. Yeah. How'd you do, Mama Maggie?
I had a little bit of a panic attack because I'm going through and I'm pulling all the scenes from the entire series to put into the Shadow Hunt. And there was a scene and I was like, I know I've written this scene. I know that I have written this scene. But it was not in the 2 books that I thought it was in. And before I completely had a meltdown, I'm like, well, let me see if I moved it to the 3rd or 4th book. And I had moved it to a different book.
Okay.
So I was able to find it. And I was like, okay.
Pen attack averted. Yeah. I've done that before where I know I've written a scene, but I didn't find it. So
I had lost scenes too. It drives me crazy because I'm normally, and I never completely delete anything. I have documents of deleted scenes for different books and different series. So if it's not, and that was like the first place I went. I'm like, well, it's not in these 2 books. Maybe I deleted it. And I went and looked and it wasn't in that document either. And I was like, oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
All right, let's check in with the chat here. Left off with Lindsay was talking about his channel being Plant Life Projects, the cousin that grows the hydroponic plants. Answer for the question here, which is just went off the screen. So what was it? It was, what piece of writing felt like a restart for you and why? And Mom Maggie says, how to become a crazy cat lady to survive the zombie apocalypse was fun to write. I remember when you were writing that. I love the title. Actually, I do have a copy of it. I have not had a chance to read it yet.
I had so much fun writing. It really, because I had been doing so much editing to just be able to write that out was just so fun for me to actually get back into the writing. And then Spartan Chimera let me feed my little inner research gremlin, because it wasn't just Greek mythology that I was looking at. I also had to look at Babylonian mythology and Egyptian mythology. And so, yeah, it was that one was, it was a lot of research work and a lot of fun. And I keep getting people asking about the Norse Chimera. And I'm just, I can't decide whether I'm going to call it the Viking Chimera or the Norse Chimera, because both of those people lived in that area. Mm-hmm. And it will start with the Nordic pantheon, but then they are traveling to the New World. So it will be more of the far eastern, the Iroquois and Inuit and the tribes up in that area and their mythology.
Yeah. And
kind of traveling down the east coast of the American continents. So then I will get to go jump back into the Mesoamerican mythologies that I put so much into the Servants of the Moon series.
I like the sound of the Viking Chimera more than the Norse Chimera, but it has absolutely nothing to do with what's actually with your story. It's just the sound. So maybe because the K sound, Viking and Chimera.
Yeah.
So and Aphrodite stopped in. Hello, good afternoon. Oh my gosh, I missed the chat. It's all right, Rita. I'll be back. I have to get ready to do an Amazon Live on my storefront, or wherever it shows up on Amazon. Finishing up the workday, says Lindsay, should be able to write the next sprint. Woohoo! Found a scene I thought I missed place. So I'm so glad you got that. Stacy, hello. My Amazon order that is not supposed to arrive until Tuesday through May 13th came today. I bought books in a foreign language.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, it's cool that it came in early. I had, there was a few people, Devin was one, but she's here in the US. I had a few people who bought the Clash of Goddesses series paperbacks from my Kickstarter, but one person was in a different country. So I had to log into the Amazon because I bought those directly from Amazon, and I don't actually have those on Ingram, which would be more expensive anyways on Ingram. So I ordered them from Amazon, but I had to order it from the Amazon, the country. Where was she? I think it was Canada. So, and she was actually getting it before my two US people were getting theirs, which is really weird. Yeah. So, Kitty. Yes, Kitty, look.
I have to say my Kickstarter, I've got 2 from Norway and 1 from another country, but only 3 so far outside of the US for physical products.
Oh, nice. I have 1 in the UK, 1 in the Netherlands, 2 in Canada. I think that covers it. That's what I'm remembering at the moment, but I haven't really dug into everything yet, just the main little swag stuff. But I think that's right because I haven't ordered the books except for the fall tier. I still have the winter and the Chaos Lore tier I have to order from, but those books haven't come in yet, so I haven't seen any proof copies yet. So, which I have just this is the paperback that's grayscale, so it has the pictures in it. That's the fall tier. So everyone who supported that one has this one. I just love how it came. Even though it's grayscale, I still love the way this stuff came out. So that's the for my artists who did Emmy and Edmar at the ball or at the tavern. So
it's gorgeous.
Yeah, I like it. And what did I do with? I moved it somewhere. I got the coloring book in too, but I moved it somewhere. So what happens when you clean? When you clean, you forget where you put stuff.
Yes.
Because it was sitting here on the edge of my desk with a bunch of other stuff, and now I cleaned it all off. I'm like, what did I do with it? But yeah. All right. Got through the. Okay. Do you have an answer for the question? If you don't, it's fine. If you don't have an answer, Devin. No.
I didn't.
Okay. So I was trying to think. I think this will really go back to. See, I told you my kitties were going to be here eventually yelling out my door. I just hear Thor. So I think it goes to my debut because I hadn't really written in years. I mean, I wrote a book, but it was me rewriting the book of my heart, which I'd already written 5 copies of. And I rewrote that in 2018 in the summer because I wasn't teaching. It was the only summer during the years I was teaching that I didn't teach. And I was in Hawaii. So I rewrote the book. So I feel like writing my debut was a restart for me because that got me back into just having an overall writing mind frame and thinking about writing all the time, which growing up, I was thinking about writing all the time. And then I got a real job. I think that's what did it for me was my debut. Yeah. All right, let's do another puzzle. Okay. What does this one say?
The Elf on the Shelf?
Yeah. I like that one. This one might be a little bit harder.
Creative writing.
The Muse.
Yeah, I think it's harder. I couldn't think of what to make this one look like.
I love the illustrations. Those are gorgeous.
It's all Midjourney and through ChatGPT. I'm just thinking of what can be what I want, and I try to put it on there. Sometimes it gets it, sometimes it doesn't. Some of these, actually, not all of these are prompted.
Come on.
One of them, or the centaur. I went to Pixabay and I got a picture of a oar and a picture of a cent and put it together. This is supposed to be. Hold on, there's some answers. Yes, Lindsay got it. Stream of consciousness writing. Yep. Hey, Kat, how are you doing? Yeah, I figured this one might be a little bit harder, and I didn't know if I would get it get it right. I tried different images for it. What about this one? This went out to my newsletter. So anyone who's in my newsletter might saw this already. Is this two?
Blood magic?
Blood magic. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'll save some of the other ones for later. All right. Third question. If you gave yourself permission to write badly today, what would that free you to explore? I think we should always give ourselves permission to write badly.
Yeah. I do have to hop off, though. I will be back to join you tomorrow.
Okay. Do you want to do your outro? One last time.
Hi, Devin.
Starter.
My name is Devin. I write fantasy and steampunk with snarky female leads. My book, The Witch's Crystal, is everywhere on every platform. And my Kickstarter is still open for late backers. I have all the tiers up. Yeah, I have all the tiers available for the late backing. But yes, if you want a special edition, that's the only way to get it.
Yeah.
All right, everyone.
Thank you for joining me.
Yes. Bye.
All righty. I got a couple more comments. Oh, bye, Devin, says Lindsay. Cat. Yeah, you got a cat on the screen. And Cat.
Shiley, yeah. She this is the reason that I don't get writing done. Because she will not lay in my lap. She wants to lay on my arms.
Oh, that's sweet. I know it's not sweet for writing, but it's sweet for the kitty. So giving myself permission to free write today. I think that's a good idea. I think we should always give ourselves permission to write badly, because sometimes you just, that will stop you. I think if you're trying to think too perfect of what you want to say. Am I saying this correctly? If you're trying to
it's a writing style. It's do you get the writing out, or do you get the writing get out what you want to say perfectly? I know a writer over in the UK, and she only writes 500 words a week. But her writing is immaculate. It's like she's paid an editor, sent it to an editor, and the editor was like, "Why did you send me this manuscript?" But it's how, if you're a writer like me and you will word vomit.
Yeah, I word vomit
3,000 to 5,000 words a day. It can be as ugly as you want it to be, because that's a problem for future you.
That's a revision problem.
That's a editor you problem, not a writer you problem.
Yeah. But I think that if you get hung up on trying to get the perfect words out, you may not get the words out. So I think that, like you said, it works for the person that you know, like she's able to do that. But what if you have someone who wants to write the perfect words but can't seem to put anything down because none of it sounds perfect?
Yeah, never be insecure about what you are putting on a page. I think just put your words out there and work on them later, because it is the joy of writing that should be the thing fueling you.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do another sprint. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do?
I was looking at the notes that I had made for the shadow hunt.
Yeah.
And I had originally made it to where it was like, oh, there would be a modern time jump and an ancient time jump and a modern time. And it was just, it made it very difficult to tell the story with the jumpy. So what I decided to do was, I have the lead-in intro of everybody's coming back, everybody that's needed to come back to start doing the jumps in the past.
Yeah.
Is they've got to arrange their lives before they can take this time to go and start doing these jumps. And so it's going to start with, there's two people that are going to do a solo jump to save one person, because I have 14 trips.
It's a lot to keep track of.
Trips to 14 years that are unaccounted for.
Okay.
That they know that they happened going back into the past, but it isn't until this period of time after the war that they've realized that those trips are coming. The departure for those trips to go back is coming up. So what they're going to do is they're going to do more, like they're going to do the timeline. They're going to do the storyline backwards.
Are you going to write it that way too?
Yeah. I spent my time doing
lots of cards,
doing posties to organize which events were. And I went back and, I've got the giant world building document. So I had to go back and I had to pull up the two different timelines that I have, because I have two timelines set up. One is for the people that are just moving forward through time. Mm-hmm. And one is for the characters who have to jump back to time. So I have to verify these characters go to this place then. And so, yeah, that's what I spent my break doing. And then right at the end of the break, I ran out to check the heater in the barn, because I knew the propane was getting close to being out on it. Mm-hmm. And of course it's snowing. So I'm like,
yeah, sorry. It's like Devin was saying, it's like 85 degrees here.
Yeah, it was 80 degrees here this week. It was really nice, really warm. We were the only bad thing was it was so warm and dry. We were under red flag warnings like every day.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that.
But that's Colorado. We don't have spring. We have sprinter, which means it feels like spring on one day, and the next day winter will come back, and then it will be spring, and then it will be winter, and it can do this until June.
Oh wow. That's a long time.
So no matter how much I want to put my garden in,
you have to wait.
I have to wait.
I got 346 words added in my editing of the chapter.
Nice.
I'm on another chapter, but I've had to go back to like the previous chapter to ensure the information is the same. That because I realized I called this person one thing here, and then I called it his role something else in the next chapter. I was like, what was I thinking? So I had to go fix all that. Morgan came in while we were sprinting. Hello. CJ says, here from taking part of the day off. I'm ready to work, starting with thesis, intro, drafting. How are you all? Doing great. So, and I think they said they had like 5,000 words left altogether for their thesis and hoping to finish it by Monday. So hopefully you're making good progress on that. Melissa says, I've been following along, but needed to get car maintenance, groceries, gas, and now prepare for some severe storms and a few chores. Cleaning time for more actual writing this weekend. Hopefully. So, yeah. So many friends in the chat. Hello, everyone. Hey, says Lindsay to Melissa. So this is me sticking posties on the wall to make certain my chapter order.
Yeah, I turned the thing so they could see all my posties stuck on my wall. I turned my camera. I'm like, yeah, this is what I do when I'm trying to organize things.
I mean, it's a good way to visualize it for sure.
Yeah.
I did that with one of my books. I did a 3x5 cards, but I color coded, like each card belonged to one character. So I could figure out where were they figuring, because I didn't have time, like they weren't going back in time, but you've read the Clash of Goddesses series. And when they're in the other world, time moves differently than it does back in, in the mortal realm. So I had to figure out, okay, if they're gone this long, what happened in that time? Does this scene make sense? And so I know what you're saying, trying to.
Yeah. It's it's confusing, and it's like this is why I have a 50,000 word world building document.
Wow. JC says, I would love it if you sent that my way because today was too warm for me.
Yes, it will be onto your coast in a few days.
Yeah, I don't really like the heat either. I don't know if I really like the snow per se. I think it's pretty if you don't have to go anywhere. But if you have to go places, that makes it a bit rough, depending on how much you have and what kind of snow it is. We were at 60 something yesterday, which is still too warm. Yeah, I like 50s and 60s. That's my happy spot. I just want to plant my garden, says Mom Maggie.
I just want to plant my garden.
Well, for your sake, I hope that it warms up just for you. Morgan finished editing a chapter. Nice. Way to go. Hey, friend from JC to Morgan. Hi. See, we don't have spring here. We have summer. So, which most of the spring feels like summer of HELL. That's why I want the cold back.
See, that's what it's like in Texas. It's in Southeast Texas. It's we have like 2 weeks of spring, and then it's summer. And then like autumn is like 2 days. And then we hit this kind of they call it winter, but really it's like fog season. It's just damp and foggy. And then sometimes we get down enough to freeze.
I wouldn't like that.
But yeah, it's not a real winter. Colorado, and yeah, we get everybody else's portion of winter here, and as evidenced by the fact that it has actually snowed at the end of June, and they've opened the ski resorts for like 4th of July bikini ski. I'm not kidding. It's a thing.
Like people are in bikinis while they're
like they ski in bikinis.
Wow.
You ski in swimsuits because it's summer ski season. But yeah, we've had times where we've gotten snow late enough in June that they were able to open the ski resort for 4th of July weekend.
Feels like it's dangerous. One wrong fall and oops, everything's out. So I just don't know how that works. One of the homes I lived in years ago, our next door neighbor, we were like on quite a bit of land, so that we all had riding lawnmowers, and she would go out there in her bikini while she was on the riding lawnmower. Yeah, sitting there, jiggling all over the place while she's mowing her yard. She had a husband, but she was one that always did it. Not that the husbands are the ones that have to do it, but I'm just like, I know my husband wouldn't, he wouldn't stop, but I wouldn't do that. So I wouldn't even have to worry about my husband and be like, why are you doing it in your bikini? I guess it's a way to get a tan, maybe. I don't tan, so I don't ever have to worry about that, but I don't know. It was 80s yesterday, 60s today, and raining, but we get all the season in 1 week. You got to be ready for anything. Yeah. I mean, it was crazy here because we got snow for the first time since 1886. Here in the Panhandle of Florida, a couple months ago or a month ago, 2 months ago. I don't know when that was, but yeah. See, Mom Maggie, even when we roll around to fall, a large part of fall still feels like summer, so it stays hot here for far too long. Yeah, I wouldn't want the heat. Skiing in bikinis, right? LOL. Yeah, right. Fall down the mountain and suddenly you're
pretty much. The thing is the thing they don't talk about is you can actually get snowburn from sliding across the snow. And it's not pleasant. It's like the worst kind of rug burn.
Yeah, I did know you could get a burn from snow. I'd never been exposed enough to worry about that.
If you slide on a steep enough slope of snow on exposed skin, it's like having like a facial or something. It just scrubs the skin
like
off.
A carpet burn.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. And it's not pleasant. LOL.
It is not pleasant.
Yeah. Alrighty. So I've gotten through all the comments, and I think we kind of talked about the question that was up already. I think I talked about it. I talked at least at my part. Did you talk about whatever else you want?
I said my part before the break about everybody should have permission to write badly. If you want to write badly, if you want to word vomit, that's fine. If you want to write a few hundred immaculate words every week, that is fine too. You write you, boo.
And we're at 3 hours and 53 minutes right now. And so that means we've got about 3 hours left, a little less than 3 hours left. Yeah. 6 hours and 44 minutes. Yeah. Let's see. We got another. Do I have another one? Yeah. Okay. So another puzzle. Can you figure out what this says?
Runaway bride.
You got it. Okay. Maybe I'm not good at making these things. What about like this? I don't know if this is like a saying or anything, but you know. Runaway bride. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. We know what you're saying. Yes. Ice cold heart. Yes. You got it. Hearted. Oh, cold hearted. Morgan said it too. Heart of ice. Cold heart. Yes. Okay. What about this one?
My ex-husband.
This is actually like a niche genre of writing.
Blood-sucking boyfriends.
Try to see if anybody in the chat. Oh, and now I have Paula Dole, cold-hearted snake in my head. Yes, Morgan got it. Vampire romance. I think that may be all the ones I have. Oh, no, I got one more. This was to my newsletter. So if anyone in my newsletter, they saw that. That's the last one I have. It's an object and often in stories, magical stories. Although it went over my head. Sorry. I'm like making these up, so some of them may work and some may not. Mirror, mirror. Yeah, it's a magic mirror.
But is it mirror, mirror on the wall, or is it magic mirror on the wall? Because it depends on which side of the mandala effect paradox you're on, whether you think it's magic mirror on the wall or you think it's mirror, mirror on the wall.
Yeah. Well, I've heard too that, I don't know if this is true, and I don't know if I'm remembering what I heard, but that in one story, like one of the retellings, early in the retellings, it had the other one than what is accepted today as what it's supposed to be.
See, I remember seeing it in the drive-in theater. This is how old I am. I saw it at a drive-in when I was a child, and she says mirror, mirror on the wall.
Mm-hmm. That's what I remember too.
But then there is, but then there's the whole thing of the fact that back when they didn't have like all the technology for detecting pirated things, they would do different cuts of the actual movie film for distribution to different regions, so that if a bootleg copy of the film showed up, they could figure out where that came from.
Smart. I just found a site that has all of my books as PDFs for free, except for one. And yeah. And so I've decided that from now on, like with the Kickstarter books that I'm giving out to, that people have bought, I'm putting in there a Kickstarter edition. And from now on, whenever I offer my book anywhere, it's going to say on there where it's located, whether it's.
See, one of the things that I do, because this is a real problem with Wattpad and Inkit, but Inkit not so much, but Wattpad has a horrible problem with this, is I literally will have one character with a different name for each site that the book is on. And then in the final published version that goes into Amazon and such, that character will have a third name, or there will be a specific thing that will be different between the two books. Like this building with a red door will suddenly have a brown or gray or blue door, just things like that. So if something shows up like where it's not supposed to, which has happened to me, and yes, I've had to send cease and desist letters out to different companies saying, you're posting something you don't have permission to post for. And the Chinese book reading apps are the worst about it, though. I recently had to confront one that was they sell it on Google, at the Google store, and at the Amazon store, not Amazon, Apple store, as an app, reading app. And I was like, you guys do not have permission to have these books on here. If you want to use them, it's $1,000 a year.
Yeah. I sent the letter to this company, and as of earlier this week, it still wasn't down. And I had sent that letter over a week ago.
Yeah.
So it was 2 weeks ago now.
Usually it takes 2 or 3 times. I
actually ended up cussing. I sent a second note. I said, I worked too damn hard on my stories for you to give them away for free.
Yeah.
And I don't cuss, but I wrote that in the second letter I sent them. And
yeah.
It's still up.
And just tell them that you're just going to start billing them for using your work. How can I
do that? I don't know how to
yes, they do. Actually, a few years ago, there was a group of 87 of us who got our books stolen. And the person who took our books from Wattpad put them onto Amazon and was selling them as ebooks on Amazon, even as their incomplete form.
Wow.
And then there was a big thing. We had this big fight with Goodreads because Goodreads, people were finding our books on this other person posted them, and they were leaving Goodreads reviews like this book, da-da-da-da-da. And so we went to Goodreads and we were like, these books, all of these books on this person's profiles are stolen. You need to take down these reviews. And Goodreads is like, no, we won't do that. And so, yeah. But no, the latest one that I had to do is what I did is I sent them a cease and desist letter, and I sent them a contract that if you keep my book up, you will owe me $1,000 per year that your book is up. And literally the next day, all 5 of my books were off their site.
Do you have a copy of that letter still?
It was just my cease and desist is a standard cease and desist. This is my intellectual property. You're using it without permission.
Yeah, I did the DCMA thing.
And basically that. And then on the second letter, it says, if you choose to keep my book up, you are agreeing to a contract to pay me $1,000 per year for the use of my book. Per book. Thank you and have a nice day. That's all it said. That's all it said. There was nothing else on it. And literally the next time that my reader who found this contacted me, and she's like, all of your books are gone. And I went and because I don't have an Apple device, I don't have a way to look that up. But she was looking up for me, and literally and then 3 days later, they sent me a this totally bogus email that's like, oh, we're sorry that you feel like your books were on our site illegally. We were not aware of that, and we have not found the books that you said were on our site. And it was like,
because they're gone now.
Yeah, because they're gone now, because you don't want to have to pay me.
Yeah, but how can you enforce them paying you? I don't know.
You actually, if you can go to the Apple or Google stores, you go to the app stores, you get their contact information, and you just send them an e-bill.
This is not a store like that, though.
And you inform, you also have to send a thing, and you inform Apple, the help desk at the Apple store that
mine's not on Apple though, so I don't know how I could do it.
Yeah, that this app is using your work without your permission, and you are sending them a bill for the use of your work. And yeah, they would rather play it. Yeah, Wattpad, tons of the mirror sites I tell everybody, do not, if you're looking at it and you're not on actual Wattpad or Inkitt, do not open it, because the mirror sites are filled with viruses and malware.
Someone was telling me that where my site or where my books might be could be that those are filled with viruses. I did download one just to see if it actually was my book, and it was my book, and I didn't get a virus or anything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Keiko, that's been all over about Meta using books to train their AIs. That's been going on. That's literally, everyone's like, oh no, it's this thing. No, they've been doing that for 5 years now.
Yeah, I'm not even as worried about AI training off my book, because they're not going to do it word for word and give it away for free.
Yeah. Can you find out who is hosting the website?
I did that. I'm trying to find where I wrote down all this stuff, because I did all of them. I sent different letters to the hosting of the website, and I think the host of the website was the only one who got back in touch with me, and it was form letter.
Yeah. If they the next letter you send them a bill. Send them a bill saying that for every PDF that is downloaded, they owe you whatever your ebook price on Amazon is.
I can't even find this now. I know I wrote everything down and now I'm not finding it. Okay. I'll probably just go back through my emails because I have it in my emails, but
yeah.
Yeah, so I sent an email to them and I went through their contact form on their website and I told them that those books were not from me as the copyright holder.
You can also look them up on the Better Business Bureau. File a complaint against them that way. And the other thing is if it's a foreign company and they are using a U.S. server host or server farm, like Pork Bun is really bad about letting foreign companies post websites through their forum. You can actually file complaints, FCC complaints against them.
So they got their name from Namecheap. So I sent it to their legal and abuse team, and I sent it to lots of different places.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they are foreign.
Has it been 7 days since the first time you notified them?
Yes.
Okay. Send them a bill. Send them, say you have these books as PDFs on your website for free. They are under US copyright laws, and you are required to pay me 90% of their retail value for every copy you have dispensed. We will start with 100 copies.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can't enforce that. How is that really going to make a difference to them?
It scares them because they do not want to have to start paying out money. Yeah, I found the Ghost With series translated very badly into Russian. One of my friends found it, and we were able to get it pulled down. Yeah, they use AI translators, and we'll put them in any country in the world. Yeah. The Wattpad, the mirror website that is the Vietnamese mirror website, Trajan or something like that, has been a problem since 2017. 2016, something like that.
Yeah, so I sent it to Namecheap and their legal abuse. I got an email almost right away, the next day, that said that they were going to look into the matter. But yeah. I don't know what else they've done.
Do you have the name of the server host of who is hosting the website?
Yeah, I did, but I'm not finding that information now. I did have it.
Yeah.
I sent a message to them too.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how, what the hoops we have to go through.
Yeah.
And it's I found that with most of them, I send them a cease and desist. Sometimes they pay attention, sometimes they don't. The second time I send it to them, I send them a bill. And they don't want to have to face credit companies and stuff like that, because literally all you have to do is go to the credit companies and say, yeah, this company owes me this much money. They are using this item and they've never paid me for it.
Yeah, it just makes me sick.
Yeah.
I spend years and lots of money putting these books together, and it's my heart and soul in it just for them to take it and it's like, oh, here's for free. And my sales have been down for the last couple months, and I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah. I figured it up. I spent 50 to 60 hours a week, 50 weeks of the year on my whole writing life. And last year I made basically 5 cents an hour.
There was someone who told me too that like as soon as you tell someone to take it down, like tell a company website to take it down, and they may shut down, then they'll reopen and then sell it there again, or just give away.
Yeah. They jump. They like with there are some of them that they literally just roll what they have from place to place to place to place every time they get shut down, because they guess that they can make money before you can be caught again. They can be caught again. And
so yeah, alrighty.
I'm sorry that's happening to you. It is such a pain in the butt.
Well, it's demoralizing. It's like I'm doing all this work just for people to give it away for free.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the companies that give away the free PDFs or the free EPUB files, what they're doing is they're selling advertising on their site, and the hook to get the view on the advertisement is the free book.
Yeah.
So it's yeah.
Yeah, it's been 11 days since I sent that first letter to them.
Yeah, go ahead and send them another letter and attach to it that to be authorized to give these ebooks away, you owe me this much money. And from now on, 90% of the retail cost of this for each book, each one distributed.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know how that's going to make them stop. But
they don't want to lose money. That's their thing. If they think they're going to have to start paying for something that's on their site, they will pull it off.
I'm a member of Ally, and I was wondering if I could go through them.
Ally has a lot of resources. You can contact them. They can they can have their team start contacting them.
So I think that's what I'm going to do next. Is I was thinking that, I mean, I pay the fee to be part of Ally, and I know that they do a lot of stuff to help authors. So
yeah, when all of us on Wattpad got hit, they were great.
So yeah, that's probably what I need to do is contact Ally. I'm just talking about, I found a site that has all of my books but one for free on it as PDF downloads. And that was 11 days ago, and I sent a DCMA takedown request, and they still haven't taken it down. So, but we're going to go ahead. I think we've got at least, let's see, we've got, so 5, 11, 6, 11. We've got 2 more sprints left that we can do. So, yeah. We have a situation right now, so let's get go. Hopefully nothing too serious, trying to catch up with chat now. Yeah. I mean, it's demoralizing to me. So, but yeah, we'll get there. So, alrighty, another hour-long sprint. Oh, I've got another question.
Yeah, I will be.
Are you leaving out?
To get my husband off to work. The weather is really backing in on the mountainside, which is where he has to drive to. So he's gonna need a little extra time to get to work today.
Okay. Are you still gonna be here, or do
you? Yeah, I'll still be here. I'll be back after I get him away. I'll be back. But I got my main thing done today. So,
yay!
And I found the missing scenes, so that's another plus.
Yeah.
So now I have everything set up, and all I have to do is start actually writing.
Kiko says hello from the future because it's the 19th there already. 6:12 there. It's 5:12 where I'm at. Only.
It's 4:12.
There you go. We're all different time zones. So, alrighty. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll do another hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do?
Got dinner made for the hubby. Got his breakfast made, so he is out the door and headed out because it's snowing like heck up against the mountains, but we're hardly getting anything. Doggos went out. A few minutes of me mauling Agent Mayhem on the stream and pulling his ears because he's a big boy. How did you do?
It was my highest word count so far, but I was rewriting a whole new scene. I said rewriting. I mean, I kept like one sentence from the previous scene, and so I just wrote really a whole new scene. So it's mostly, verbal vomit, but 859 words added on that one. So I like it. Oh, there's a lot of comments here.
Jen shared some good videos about book piracy.
Okay. I think I see it. Yeah. So left off, we're talking about time, and Keiko said it was 12 minutes past 12 there. And JL had come in. Hello. I got to the part about PDFs, OMG. She came out before we went on the sprint. Some people suck. Yeah. I don't know who's doing it, but someone's doing it. Do you think it makes a difference if you officially copyright your books? I don't think so. So, because even if you have the copyright, if someone does that, you can prove you have the copyright, but you can't make them do anything unless you take them to court. And then, so the copyright is in your favor when you go to court, but you still have to pay for all the costs to go to court to start with. So I don't think it really makes much of a difference. I mean, it's good to have copyright for your books, definitely. But I don't think unless you're represented by a big company, most people are not going to pay attention. I'm so afraid of this. I'm literally on year 3 of working on my debut novel. I can't imagine spending this much time only for someone else to take my work. I know. So sorry this happened to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then this is the videos, I guess, here. Videos and book pirates and 2 videos. I have to go get those videos so I don't lose them. Thank you for sharing it. Mom Mike says I made some hot cocoa because it's turning into a snowy day. Good videos. Joe says, oh no, sorry that happened. Yeah, I'm sure it happens to a lot of, Mom Maggie said it's happened to her on several different things. So I think it happens to a lot of people regarding books. And same for you. Hugs to Mom Maggie. Hi, Joanne, my lovely fellow bakery writer. Hugs. I'm thinking because of what I think you told me, right, Mom Maggie, that's 420 degrees for baking.
Yeah, that's 420 to 430 degrees is the sweet spot for baking things. Like if you're making a pumpkin pie, there's a trick with it because you want it to start to set and then you turn the temperature down so the crust doesn't burn. So like a lot of things will bake at like 350, but for things you need to bake at a higher temperature, you need it at 420, 430. And you'll cook a pumpkin pie for like the first 10 to 15 minutes at the higher temperature. So the center will start to set and then you turn it down. A good way to keep the outer ring of the crust from burning when you do that, like you use the foil trick, you said?
Yeah.
Where you fold foil around it. I have springform baking cake pans, and I will put my largest springform ring unclipped around my pie crust to use for a baking ring.
I had never thought of doing that before. So that was a good trick. So that was the fastest that he has watered the tree in weeks. Is that your kitty cat?
That's Agent Mayhem. That's the big dog.
The dog.
He was like, I want out. And then I was like, okay, fine. I went out, opened the door, and he like ran out, sniffed the snow, watered the tree, came right back in.
I guess I was talking about cats here, so I thought it was a kitty cat for some reason.
No, it was the big dog. Yeah, no. And he was standing there at the door like, wipe my feet. My feet have snow on them.
Hello, I had to travel, but I'm back. Welcome back, Lindsay. Welcome back. Just want to continue working, but starting to get guilty conscious about not taking my dog for a walk. She has access to the backyard all day, but dog mom life. Yeah. What time are you starting tomorrow? I'm going to have to drop in about 30. Yeah. I'm starting at 7 a.m. my time. That's Central. I don't know what time zone you're in, Lizzie. I think you're in Eastern. If you are, then that's 8 a.m. your time. And I'll be going all day. So you're welcome to drop in at any point during the day. So, waiting for my spoiled cat to finish playing outside. This is why I was thinking you guys were talking about cats.
Yeah.
So, question, clearly posting on Wattpad can be a problem. Do you think it's still with having an account for SEO purposes? I don't know if I understand the question completely. I don't know as much of this stuff with Wattpad because I don't publish on Wattpad.
One of the advantages of publishing on Wattpad is you can, like, when you're publishing your book, you can screenshot when you're publishing each chapter and everything with a date and a time. So that works toward proving your ownership of that particular document.
I wonder if you could do the same thing though, like when you're uploading to Amazon.
Amazon keeps track of when you upload and when you publish.
I'm thinking that some of these PDFs though are coming from like some of these sites where I'm doing like book review swaps and stuff like that. Like
that's possible.
Book Sprout and stuff. That's what I'm thinking. Hi, how have you been? To JL from Joanne. Hey, great to see you. I'm good. I've been getting a lot of progress in my novel in. I guess I'm about to head off to walk my dog, and I would much rather continue working, but such as #dogmomlife. And that was a couple minutes ago, so she's probably left out. Or
I was a bad dog mom today. I didn't go stand outside in the freezing wind and throw the ball for half an hour. So yeah.
Just finished a chapter for Project Sugar and Spice for Joanne. Fab. Thank you very much, Joanne. I appreciate you saying that. I can't wait to get my copy of your book. Right. Worth. Oh, Worth. Why is this like my computer's doing weird things? Okay. Worth. Nope. Worth. So I guess it was the word worth was what he said up here. Do you think it's still worth having an account for SEO purposes? Oh, so is it still worth having an account on Wattpad for SEO purposes if posting there can be a problem? And since I don't publish on Wattpad, I don't really know what the benefits are other than what I just know about.
Yeah. Other than marking your dates, the problem with posting on Wattpad, and Wattpad's admitted this, that their servers are not 100% secure. They do have the problem with the mirror sites. They had a data breach 2019, I think, where 3/4 of their backend information for authors was like, and all of the authors had to change their passwords and stuff to keep accessing their Wattpad profiles and keep them from getting hacked.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's, I mean, I my experience has not been good with Wattpad and security. Inkit, I've had much, like the one time that I had a book that was yoinked off of Inkit, I contacted the Inkit help desk and they immediately got on it for me. So I didn't even have to send the cease and desist. They had everything done before I could even get there.
I think this is funny. Not the question, but what my answer is. Do you give away free books in your newsletter? The only book I've given away free that's sort of in my newsletter, it's actually part of cross promos. So there's a picture of other people's books, but if you're already in my newsletter and you go there, you get the free copy of it. So the only one I do that with is the only one that's not on that site. And so they have all the other books there.
It's a question. Is there something in the newsletter or in the books that are on this site that you can tell, like, was it from the free stuff or the later published versions or...
No, none of those things have ever been, well, except for one. Only one has ever been free. Everything else has been part of like review promos, like, reviewing a book. But not even all of them have been part of that. No, wait. Yeah. All of them have been on Book Sprout. Even the one that they don't have has been on Book Sprout. So no, I have not. But from this point forward, as I'm moving forward, I'm actually not providing PDFs everywhere that I can. If I do not have to provide a PDF, I'm not going to. So like with my Kickstarter, like my last Kickstarter, I provided EPUBs and PDFs. So people had their choice of reading it. This time I only provided the EPUBs. And not that you can take an EPUB and you can change it into a PDF. But I also did put into it Kickstarter edition. And so from now on, whenever I'm publishing my book, wherever I'm publishing it, whether it's on Amazon, Book Sprout, Book Funnel, Story Origin, wherever it's at, I'm going to put in there which copy it is. So that way I can tell in the future.
Yeah.
And I would suggest anybody out there who's not doing that already start doing that. So you can at least know where the leak is coming from and stop using that service, whatever it is.
See, that's like I was saying before we went on break. I have like a minor character that will have a different name. I have a description of an object that will be different from one book to the next book. And that has been the easiest way that I have been able to track where my leaks are coming from.
What I will say is that for A Curse of Scales and Feathers, when I sent the copies out to my alpha, my beta team, I wasn't using Story Origin at the time. When I sent my copy out, there was one word I changed in the same sentence in every copy. So, but they got the Word documents, not the PDF. And the one that I downloaded was obviously a PDF that I had formatted. It wasn't messed up. It was the nice formatting, everything. So I know it was a PDF that I formatted for it. So I'd even go and look for that line because I knew that I did not give my readers that PDF format. I only gave them the Word document. But I've thought about that, what you're saying.
I wonder if this is a Story Origin problem then. I wonder because so many people have their books on Story Origin.
I feel it's a Book Sprout thing, to be honest, because I feel that all the books that are on there are all the books that I have offered to get reviews for. So that isn't like a cross promo. So Book Sprout helps you to build a team for ARC reviews. And so you provide, and I think you have to provide a PDF. If you don't, they take your EPUB and they turn it into a PDF if you don't provide a PDF. So I've done the PDFs on there because I've only been on like one promo for Curse of Scales and Feathers on Story Origin for that book. And I don't think I ever did it for my Clash of Goddesses whole series, the box set series, the omnibus. And that's on that site too, is the omnibus is on there. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. The omnibus, the individual books, Curse of Scales and Feathers. The only one that's not there is the one that I offer free most often. So yeah. And all of those.
I think you should post just a author awareness thing about you need to look on this site to see if your PDF is on there free. And contact me and then ask them like, did you put your book on Story Origin? Because if someone on Story Origin is taking these PDFs and using them and selling them, then there's potentially thousands of authors.
Like I said, I think it's Book Sprout, to be honest.
Or Book Sprout?
Yeah, I think it's Book Sprout.
Yeah. Then there's potentially thousands of authors that are having their books stolen. And
I think on Book Sprout, you, like I said, you can't choose not to have a PDF. If you don't put a PDF, it makes a PDF out of your EPUB. So I thought about with that one, I could either just stop the service, or, you know, if I'm wanting to see if that's where it's coming from, or for future stuff, what I thought about doing is in the PDF, I'm going to put on there at the beginning in the copyright stuff that this is, you know, an edition for Book Sprout, and then like every 5th or 6th page or something like that, or every 10 pages, I'm going to put a paragraph in the middle of the text saying this copy is only for Book Sprout, should not appear anywhere else. If this is on any other site, then it is illegally being illegally, I don't know. I haven't thought about what it was going to say exactly, but yeah, definitely think you should alert people about it. Yeah, I wanted to do it after I got my books taken down, because I don't want to like tell everybody, oh, my books are all free, go get it here. You know, it's like,
yeah,
especially with my Kickstarter going on, I don't want people who bought A Curse of Scales and Feathers during my Kickstarter to be like, oh, I could have got it for free over there.
Yeah, but a lot of people that are supporting like Kickstarters and stuff, we're here to support authors. We're not. They're not going to be like, I'm going to go get a scam copy from some website. Yeah. But and I have never used Book Sprout, so I don't know how they handle the piracy problem.
I have a point of contact over there, Rosanna. She is part of the marketing department. She reached out to me directly because I was on Book Sprout and I was using the affiliate link. And then I actually met her at a conference last year. We sat together the whole conference. So I've got her phone number, and I thought about texting her but I don't know. So I'd hate to text her after a couple of months of not having texted her and be like, hey, there's a problem with Book Sprout. So Yeah, I appreciate that, JC. It's part of what's I've been kind of down the last few weeks. Part of it's not because I haven't been able to write too much. And then the other part is just this, like what's the point in publishing if all of it's going to be free anyways? I should be doing something else to make money. So, oh, my video paused. I missed the beginning of the chat. Sorry. Oh, is that a puppy? Oh gosh, my eyesight's so bad. I thought it was another kitty.
No, this is Ladybug. She is my 17-year-old Chihuahua. She is tiny. This is my coffee mug, and this is my dog.
Oh, she is tiny.
See, I have Ladybug, who has the rage of 10,000 demons within her, and is the size of a coffee mug. And then I have Agent Mayhem, who is the size of a small horse, but is scared of her.
Yeah, she's cute. All right. So what story, idea, or character have you set aside that might still have life in it? Is there anything like that for you?
Oh, you know me. I've got a folder with over 100 story seeds in it. And other little scribbles in places. I've got like 200 story seeds. So I don't have just a garden to plant. I have a whole botanical gardens. Come to the botanical gardens. There's a different plant for everybody.
Yeah, I started a story a couple years ago about a minotaur, and one day I think I could probably write it, make it a romance of some type. But I have lots of story ideas too. But there's certain ones I've kind of started, but then I've not done anything else with. So, all right, yeah, I was deeply involved in my work though, so that's good, and I was agree. It's great that you got into your work. I think we can get one more sprint in. That'll take us to like 6:30 my time and 6:44. So we're going to sign off at 6:43. So because my outro is 1 minute long, so that the stream will end at 6 hours and 44 minutes, which is what the 404 is. So yes, work is important. So you've got another question here. When was the last time you surprised yourself with your own words? So this is kind of hard for me to think of right now when I'm like in a depressed mood about my words. But, all right. Another hour on this last one. Right. Do we have another? Is it hours? The next one an hour? Yeah, it's 1 hour. Okay. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started. Oops. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Nice time. How did you do? Thanks for being with me this whole time, Mom Maggie.
You are very welcome. Sorry, I lost my tab. I
figured that's why I was laughing, because I was like, she's looking for a tab, because I've been in that same spot before.
I started having the worst allergy attack. It was like I inhaled from when I was holding Ladybug. And all of a sudden I was like, I have to have a dog hair in my nose or something, because my eyes were just like, and I was like, no. So yeah, tissue. I was looking through these notes and I thought I had been so clever, but then when I was looking through the timelines, my timelines, I realized that I missed a major event.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've got to figure out how to work this major time jump event of the time travelers going back into. I was having a meltdown. During that break, during that sprint, I was having a meltdown because I was like,
this is found it though.
Yeah, I think I figured it out, but this is like the most complicated. I was talking about this on stream the other day when I was Sunday morning on Breaking the Block. I was on with Laura, and this is the most complicated thing I have ever written. And I've written sci-fi about genetic things and this.
Yeah, time is hard, dealing with time.
Well, it's the problem is I have to. There are certain things, I was thinking, oh, I'm going to be clever and do this in reverse order, and then I realized, oh crap, I can't do it in reverse order or completely in reverse order, because there are technologies that have to be there are 3 people that have to go to a certain place to make the technology to save one of the characters, that later they jump back to the literal moments of his murder and snatch his body to revive him. But before they can do that, they have a year's worth of prep work that they have to do.
Okay.
So
is that year being represented in your book too? Are you living that year in the books, or is it just told in summary?
The way it's going to work is, for every group that jumps back, you're going to spend time with them moving forward. But then the next chapter will be the next jump.
Oh yes. And so all the sticky notes.
Which is why I have all the sticky notes, because I've got 3 different places where there's one group of humans that's going to spend 10 years with an ancient tribe that it actually is the 20,000 year in the past ancestors, their ancestors. So it's so far in the past. And then I've got 2 places where I have Ethereans that are spending a decade in the past, because one of the rules of the time machine are very complicated. You cannot make more than 2 trips to an orbital cycle or 1 year. If you make 2 trips in the same year, it will time you out to a year from the first trip.
Oh, wow. You got a lot of rules in place.
It does have a lot of rules in place. And you also have to be gone the same amount of time in the past that you are gone in the present. So if you're gone for 2 years in the past, you can't come back 2 years in the present. But they figured out that if they stay more than a decade, then they can jump back to 10 days later instead of 10 years later. So if you're in the past for 10 years, if you stay the full 10 years, then it's only you're missing in the present for 10 days.
Lots of rules.
So yeah, all the math. All the math.
All those numbers.
All the math. So yeah. So that's the reason for why they're staying for a decade at a time, because they can't be in the present. They can't be missing for decades or for years and years, or people will notice. So if they stay the full 10 years, or longer than that, then it only seems like they're gone that many days. Oh, well, they were off somewhere for 2 weeks.
Do they age in that time?
The humans do.
But not the Etherians?
The Etherians do not. The Etherians' lifespan is between 8 and 12,000 years.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's like just a little bit of time for them.
So for them, like a decade is like nothing.
A couple hours.
Yeah, a decade is nothing for them. But for the humans, and it's gonna.
That's gonna be interesting because if they're gone for 10 years and they come back and it's only 10 days later, but they've aged 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
see, that's going to be a thing. That's why the humans are only doing this one jump, and the Etherians are doing all the other jumps.
Gotcha.
Because
they can afford to lose the years.
Basically, they can afford to lose years. And there's actually a thing that happens after all of these jumps in the interim between this one and Daisy's jump back to the Cataclysm War, where Yuri, he decides he just needs to go off and grieve and wander and do his own thing. And he goes and he spends like a century in the ancient past, like just traveling from planet to planet, seeding these planets for colonization after they've been harvested.
Well, let's see how our chat did.
But it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like I don't know. I'm going crazy in my head trying to think about it, and like I'll let you keep the rules in mind. I'll just read it and enjoy it.
It's like I honestly, there's this part of me that's like, just skip the shadow hunt, just skip it, because
is it something you can skip now and come back to later?
Well, I'm about to publish Darkness of the Devourer on June 1st, so I've got to get this done, but the frustration of how complicated it is just, it's like tweaking that, do I really want to write this vibe? Yeah. It was like when you were trying to figure out the different levels of your magic system and you were like, why am I doing this to myself?
Yeah.
That's what I'm basically going through with the time travel thing.
JC said, Mom, Maggie keeps snuggling with Pepper. I guess that was when we first started with the spring. Yeah. I see you put on a sweater. Is it getting cold there?
I put it on because I had to run out because I had to go outside with the dogs.
Yeah.
And then I ended up with like dog hair going up my nose. And then I was like, this. So it's fine.
Lindsay had to leave out. That was about a year ago. That was about an hour ago, which was like a year for people, but an hour for the Etherians. But
imagine this is something that gets talked about in the series is immortality sucks, because most of them are surrounded by humans, especially like Prince Karstein and Prince. He grew up surrounded by humans, and he says, and he like it several times, he says, immortality sucks. I've lost more friends to death than I have to war.
I could actually talk a lot about this too. I was just talking about this, about immortals. Actually, I think it was yesterday. I was talking about with my husband, like immortals live for a really long time, but I've never read something where immortals who live forever are more than 5,000 or 6,000 years old. I was like, where are the immortals that are like 1,000,000 years old? That's what I want to know. But yeah, we are down to less than 3 minutes before we've got to sign off. So if you want to do your outro, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I'm Mama Maggie Ward, independent author, stroke survivor, migraine overcomer. I have books, and I write really complicated time travel fantasy, science fiction fantasy. And it's giving me an aneurysm trying to figure it out.
One step at a time.
Tell us about your books.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have this writing-a-thon weekend, so I just want to get some writing in, and I did that was 405. I always get like a factor of 5 when I do sprints. I got 405 on that last sprint. That was my factor of 5. Altogether, 2,709 words for today. So I'm pretty happy. That's between editing and revising. And I am working on my fantasy romance for Romantasy. It's the 3rd book in the series, although they're standalones. The first 3 books are standalones. They all happen at the same time. So non-linear. You can read them in any order. And actually, this 3rd book that I'm writing starts before all the other books do. They're all about the same 30 to 40 day period. But this one starts slightly beforehand, before the other books. So I'm excited. And I think this is going to be my favorite book to write in this series. I really love this this couple pairing. So. And then hello, Kate. I know I said hello. I don't know if you've been here before. If you haven't been here, welcome to the channel. We are about to sign off. I will be back tomorrow with a 12 hours and 57 minutes, 777 minutes worth of sprinting time and writing. And so it's just a sprinting weekend with numbers as like the theme that we have here. So today was 404.
Jason, it's going to be on. It is going to be on tomorrow.
Yep. Thanks for the stream and chat, Shannon and Maggie. I hope you both have a great night. Thank you. We're down to 1 minute before I got to hit end stream. So, because I want to end it where it says 6. Hopefully, it's going to be just right where it says 6 hours and 44 minutes on the stream to go with 404 minutes. So, countdown.
There's the link for tomorrow's stream.
Oh, thank you, Mom Maggie. That's awesome. Click on it. So, yeah. Just counting down the time. 20 some seconds left.
So close.
Yes. And again, yes, thank you again for joining me on the stream. I didn't expect you to stay the whole time, so this was great.
Oh, I won't be here the whole time tomorrow.
I understand.
My daughter my daughter is turning 20 tomorrow. My baby. The baby is not ready.
Got 10 seconds. 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.